Hello, welcome to the April 7th, 2026 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can simply ask questions in the live chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon not be possible with the number of questions that come in. We will go through all of the questions chronologically as asked, but if you don't see an immediate response to your query, just rest assured that we will go through all the questions in order, and we don't need to ask. If we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. When asking questions, it's always helpful if you can, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Element, Artist, or Pro. Also, which version number, so if it's 13, 14, 15, and the operating system, such as Windows or Mac OS, that information is helpful. You should have an index of all topics that are discussed in today's we should have an index of all the topics that are discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. So if you don't see an immediate, so you could look there, and if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We have two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They do it to make it a better community experience. So we want to give a special round of express our gratitude to them. And we'll give a special round of thanks to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. And so once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. And I'm the host today. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Stefan Larsson joining from Sweden. See Sabertooth Bicycle, Tim K from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, Stella and Mia and other pets that are nearby, and he's ready to learn. All right, so we have Klaus joining from Malmo, Sweden. We have Luigi from Miami. Thanks for joining us today. Michael Marshall from Somerset, UK. VS Terranova from Amsterdam. Peter Bada joining from Montreal. Flyv from Winnipeg. And Peter's just saying, old man winter refuses to leave our fine city. Feels like minus 11 degrees Celsius in Montreal. Yeah, we went about 40 degrees colder this week as well. All right, we see Jazz Dude on. We have Uno Memento from Finland. All right, we have Eddie 3569 joining from Brazil. We have Non-Delusional joining from Newport, Rhode Island. All right, so we have the Elements of Music question. Suppose I am loop recording a singer and I record 4 takes. Is there a way to spread those 4 takes into audio tracks I already have in a session with the inserts and panning? 15 Pro. All right, so if we were doing kind of a loop recording, so let me just come over here, just do a new project quickly. All right, so I'm going to, we'll just grab a audio track here, and we'll just do like a 2-bar loop recording. Okay, so let's say if we have 4 audio tracks already. All right, so I'm going to do a loop recording on this. So as we record in So let's say we'll do pass 1, pass 2, pass 3, and let's say this is now pass 4. All right, so now we can see that we're going to have 4 different recordings, and if we go to our lanes area, we can now just kind of come over here, and if you don't see lanes, one of the things you could do is just right click, and let's go to our track control settings, and we'll see as we come over here for our audio track, we'll say our lane display type. I'm going to add that. All right, so now when we open up our lanes, we can see our 4 different passes here. Now this is actually kind of one contiguous audio file recording, but since we did it in a loop, we can have our 4 parts here. Now if we want to take these lanes, and again this is, well, it looks like 4 different recordings, you notice that we did one contiguous recording. So what I'm going to do now is select the particular lanes. I could right click in the track controls area, and we will say create tracks from lanes. Now that I've done that, let's say I have my 4 tracks here. I'll unmute some of the other lanes, and now I could just take these 4 particular tracks and drag them down to my tracks, and my tracks that have all of the various EQ and plugin processing and settings can all be applied to our audio recording that we did. So this is now broken up each of the recordings onto different tracks, and those different tracks can be copied down to existing tracks just like that. So one of the secrets may be just to, when you, after you, if you have it in lanes, just to right click and choose create tracks from lanes, and then you could copy those particular parts to any track in your project. All right. All right, so we have Fatuli Bikunle joining from Lagos in Nigeria. Thanks for being online with us. We see Soren from Sweden. Jackie Barr says, for a song that starts with a free-flowing rhythm and very few transients, how would hit point detection and or warp audio to be able to quantize for export to Cubase 15 Pro to Dorico 6? Okay. All right, so generally when we do hit point detection, that's going to be for audio, and Dorico isn't, so I'm not sure if you're trying to load like Dorico, like audio from a Cubase project into Dorico, but Dorico doesn't have any audio playback. You could play audio, you know, as a sample in Groove Agent, I suppose, or you could utilize, you know, turn it into a video file, which the audio can be played back. I'll just do hit point detection and or warp audio to be able to quantize or export from Cubase 15 Pro to Dorico 6. So again, Dorico isn't, so I'm not sure if you're trying to do this for audio to export into Dorico 6 or if it's MIDI information, but Dorico 6 isn't going to load in an audio file. So if you could clarify that for me, that would be helpful. All right, so just got an email sent in. Let me just see if it's related to something we discussed. It's to the Club Cubase address. Bear with me just a second. I'll open up. Okay, so C from Tim Weinheimer. All right, so we'll. All right, So I'll see if I get to that in just a couple minutes. Tim, if you want to ask your question with the screenshot, you may have already. When I get to the question, then I'll refer to the screenshot, but thanks for sending that in. All right, we have Scotia joining from Norway. We have Sajit joining from Nepal. Thanks for being online with us. It's middle of the night there, probably. We have Jason Sykes joining from South Shields, England. Nico Thomason joining from Finland. All right, so we see Peter just mentioning, can you touch upon how to go about determining track delay values specifically for orchestral sample libraries? So a lot of times, I think that there are people that have gone through and, come up with different like track delay values. But let's see if we could show that. So let's come over, let's add an instrument track. So, generally, like if you're doing staccato versus legato sounds can take a little bit longer to evolve. So you may have to offset those particular, those particular sounds that don't start initially. So let's go ahead and load up something from Iconic Sketch. All right, so let's say we'll do cello. All right, and first thing I want to do is we'll go ahead and load up just the expression map. Okay, so let's say we are on the staccato patch. So a lot of it is just kind of listening. So sometimes you may notice that there will be a lot of orchestral libraries may have the delay times kind of mapped out and determined out. But let's say if I want to do just a quick step entry, adjust my keyboard controller here. All right, so let's say if we have a cello line, it's kind of going along like this. So we can see just kind of the nature of the particular sound itself isn't. So if we put this up with our click track, and let's say if we choose different articulation with it. So let's say sustain, but now if I go to staccato, I'll just slow this down a little bit just so you can hear. So now what you do is, let's say if we switch to, so let's say from spiccato. And I'll just make them all the same velocity here real quick. Okay, so now. All right, so now when we want to come over to our, and we go to MIDI to our expression map setup. So now when we want to come here, we can say, okay, let's say our spiccato sounds okay when we play. But let's say if we go to sustain. So what we could do now is when we come over here to our sustain patch, we could just kind of come over here again to our expression map setup, and we would select our sustain. And now what we could do is go to the attack and say, okay, we just want to, let's try like 10 milliseconds. Let's say if we sped up the tempo here. So you could just kind of play it. You could record the note and, record the MIDI note and render it and measure the distance. But then what you could do now is each articulation could have its own independent offset. But generally, it's like you kind of listen to it and make your adjustments within the expression map editor. That way, different expressions could have different independent delays within the same instrument. All right, so you see Michael Teams joining from Weatherford, Texas. All right, so we see a question. Let me get my CC1. What Tim Weinheimer sent question over about the email. Get my CC1 turned on. All right. And we see what does the shuttle Stream Deck button do? So let me see if I get mine recognized here. Bear with me just a second. Turn the control center off. All right. All right, let me find the okay, so shuttle. All right. Okay, so let's see if it turns on like jog shuttle mode. So here, when I'm using it, we can see that it's just kind of zooming in and out. Let me just go to our other project real quick where we have some audio. All right, so I think if we are maybe in, let's see if we have to be in like scrub mode. We're here, so I'm just going to grab the encoder below it. So it looks like it's maybe zooming. Let me just see if that changes. So it looks like that shuttle control allows you to kind of maybe zoom in and out on the project here. So let's say so when I hit that button and now I move the encoder below it, like the third encoder, that we could kind of, looks like we could zoom at the project level. Not sure if it's, so that's what it looks like it's doing right there. So it looks like it's just kind of zooming within the current project. All right, so we see from Adam, who asks, I'm having issues seeing MIDI events I've drawn in an editor. When I bring up a new instrument, I want to be able to see what notes I used on the other instrument. Okay, so let's say if we have, so we'll come here, let's say we have this part and we have MIDI notes on this particular instrument. And I have, let's say, another instrument here, and I will go ahead and choose to, within the MIDI editor here, I'm going to choose to colorize kind of based on, I'll just go full screen just so this will be more obvious. Okay, so let's say we're going to colorize by part. Okay, so let's say I have this as a different color. Okay, so if I select both events here and then go into my key editor like Control or Command E, now I could just come over here and let's say, okay, now I want to click right here, and we're going to have the option to kind of choose different parts that we want. But let's say if I'm now here and I have notes drawn in. So now when I select both events, we could see both parts directly with different colors, and then I could activate which part is active for editing. So this way I could, draw in green parts and look at the red part tracks. If I want to match up their lengths, I could do so easily, just kind of right here. And then now I could be editing. If I click on a red note, the green part is for visual reference. When I click on a green note, that is going to be the active part. And you could actually just kind of come right over here and switch between your different parts, and you could use keyboard shortcuts to do that as well. right, so we see Michael Teams just saying howdy to Jazz Dude. He's given 1 gallon of lemon chess ice cream. All right, so we see from the Elements Music, says, thank you, Greg. I'm already doing that. Just wondering if you could go directly from lane to existing tracks. So I don't know of a way to do lane to existing tracks, but you'd have to use the intermediary step of going to a track and then and moving those over. All right, Dobsky asks, hi Greg, how to duplicate a range next to it and not overwrite the project? Okay. All right, so let's say I have a range here. Let's say I want to say we'll split this range. Okay, so let's say we want to duplicate like this range. So if we duplicate now in usual mode, we'll overwrite that existing information. But I think if we put our grid mode here to shuffle, let's see, and now if we, let's see if we could do that. Let's see if we split the range. All right, let's see if I think, right. Thought that there might be a way using let's see if we split the range, Shift X, and I use the tool here. All right, so so let's say if I split the range, let's see if we split the range, I select the range. So I think what you want to do, if I'm reading it right, let's say we want to take measure 7 through 11 roughly, and let's say if I split that and then switch tools and then duplicate, so let me just hit Control or Command D then. So once we select the particular range, so let's say I want to do this, I'm going to hit Shift X and then go to the selection tool. Then if you duplicate, so we'll see that this is going to be from measure 11 to 22, that we still have like 11 measures. So it's not directly with the range tool, but if we select the range here, split, and now just duplicate, the events to the right will kind of get knocked over. So it has to be kind of dealing with the event as opposed to just the range. So you have to create an event from the range, just hit Shift plus X. So let's say, okay, I want this here. So let's take that, Shift X, switch to the selection tool, and now Command or Control plus D, and then that event will get kind of pushed off to the right accordingly. So let me know if that's kind of what you wanted to accomplish. All right, so we see the Robinson says, has OmniVocal been upgraded in 1502? So yes, there is a new version of OmniVocal with some enhancements, so you could actually control the vibrato directly from like your mod wheel. So if we wanted to come over and we open up your instrument track, let's say we get to your OmniVocal beta, now your vibrato, as you would sing in here, can be controlled. Let's say let me adjust my monitoring keyboard here. So let me just. So now as we. So you can just use your modulation wheel to control the vibrato. So yeah, but there were updates and a lot of other kind of under the hood types of enhancements as well. All right, so Soren's received 1 gallon of Scoopy's Black Diamond ice cream. All right, so wonderful to see Beverly Beatty joining from Vancouver. Our Canadian contingent is strong today. All right. Mementos received 1 gallon of frozen Mystic ice cream. And Roland Stuff is joining from a sunny and uncharacteristically warm Sussex. All right, so we have Sadie Padilshin says, dude, what is your MIDI keyboard? So the MIDI keyboard I'm using in my office here for the live streams is a Nectar P4. Okay, so we see Jackie Barr says, sorry, I'm just needing clean MIDI from the audio to go to Dorico. I don't need to play properly in Dorico, just for notation. Okay, so let me know, Jackie Barr, if you need to convert the audio file. So if you need to convert the audio file over, and what type of audio file, is it a piano? Is it a full band mix? So obviously we can, we have built-in MIDI, like audio to MIDI notation for monophonic voices, but not for polyphonic voices. So let me know if you're trying to, extract MIDI from audio to go into Dorico. All right, so we see a question from at the Source Studios. Says, when using outboard analog gear, is it possible to set the delay compensation for all external effects with one click? So they would have to be done independently, because what it actually does is it measures the signal of the path. So, you don't want to be having 4 different paths that are going simultaneously, because that could affect the accuracy of the reading. So as you, use an external effect, as you load it up, and what it would look like when you use an external effect, we would just come over here. Let's say if we go over here to an external effect plugin. So say we go to our compressor. So as soon as we instantiate it, then I would just click on measure delay. And I think you could actually have a keyboard shortcut that you could drive from a controller, from the MIDI remote, or keyboard shortcut just to do that. So, and depending on your latency, that could change. Like if you adjust your buffer size in your audio interface, that would affect the delay as well. So there's a lot of other variables where it's probably better to do it individually and do it as you need it as it opens up. But they would each need to be done independently. So we see from Soren says, Greg, nice that the WaveLab Go is in Cubase 15 after the patch. Do you know exactly what is included in the Go version? How restricted is it to WaveLab Elements or Pro? So I think it's going to be, I haven't explored it in, because when I open it opens up my full WaveLab license, since I have a full WaveLab license. Let's see if there's a comparison online somewhere. It's kind of like Spectral Layers. If you had the full Spectral Layers license, that's the one that opens up. So if you look at it here, there's kind of like you go to compare the versions of WaveLab, and so you can get an idea of what's different in WaveLab Go, what's included and not included from kind of, you know, different audio analysis and plugins. So this will give you kind of an idea. But when I open mine up, it goes directly to the full WaveLab license as opposed to WaveLab Go. If I didn't have a WaveLab license, then it would open up and I might be able to give you more insight, but I would use the comparison chart. All right, it's wonderful to see John Costigan from Chile, Wisconsin. I was thinking of you last night. My nephew got a job offer in Milwaukee. So. All right, so Conscious Power 6302 says how to disable multiple plugins together, not talking about bypass. Okay, so let's say if I have a bunch of plugins on a particular track here, so let me just go to find something with the find someone with some. All right, so when we work with plugins can be bypassed where they're still kind of taking up they're still taking up power, they're still consuming latency in the system, or they could, so that's kind of the first level, and this allows you to quickly turn them off and on without any gaps in the audio engine, or they could be disabled. Now when they're disabled, we hold down the Alter Option key, we can see that it will turn kind of a darker color indicating it's disabled. So if we want to disable plugins, multiple plugins at a time, we can do it from a Project Logical Editor preset. So let me just open up the Project Logical Editor. just see if I... Okay, so let's say I have all of these at once. So what we could do is we want to say container type is equal to track. So we could do that globally, or if we only want it on the selected track, we could add that. And then you'll see under action target, you can see track operation, enable insert slot by number. We could choose to enable, disable, or toggle. So now let's say, and we could just kind of continue. So we could do this from 1 through 16. So if I want to come over here, we'll say, okay, let's go to track operation, enable insert slot by number. Let's toggle, and let's make this number 5. So now when I do this, that will automatically disable all of the inserts. So again, and then you could just save that as a quick preset. I have this set to toggle, so I could use the same preset to disable and enable all of the insert plugins on a particular track. So you could just do this for 1 through 16, just kind of do the same exact principle, and just say now I want this on slot 6. Now I want this on 7. You could choose to just have it enabled or disabled or toggle, whatever your use case is. So now, while we can see that this one is disabled, you know, if we want to, or that one is bypassed. So, and now again, I could just come right over here and disable all of the inserts, and I can do that in all the tracks in the project and enable them. So let me know if that works for you, Conscious Power. All right, so Jazzy is kind enough to share a track delay database. Thank you for doing that. All right, so we see Dolby Atmos Panner is a tool that allows you to sequence panner movements for immersive scenarios. In the window, is it possible to automate panning using Cartesian coordinates and save complex object movements for use in Dolby Atmos mixes? All right, let me just Google what Cartesian coordinates are. I'm not familiar with the term, but let me just take a quick look. Okay, reading your description of it. All right, so it looks just kind of like maybe like a vector base. So when we are, so I don't think it's going to do Cartesian. You know, so when we're doing our panner, I'll just show you here. Right, so let me just make sure we're at 48K. so let me just. Yeah, so you know how the piano here is going to work. So I don't think it's going to do Cartesian coordinates. I haven't heard that term in surround or immersive audio. But you know, so we could obviously have kind of your XY axis here, and we have our height indicated here. So we can say, okay, here's your X, Y, and Z. And I don't know if you want to come over here and just to be able to enter in like a numeric value for that. So like your rear to front. So let's say this your X will be left to right, and your Z is going to be your height. So I'm not sure if you need to just actually type those particular coordinates in, but that's kind of how the panner will be working here. So if that works in a Cartesian manner for you, but I don't think it's specifically set up where you click on a Cartesian mode, but you could enter in your particular coordinates as you see fit. All right, so we see we have Fred from Remeni House of Music in Toronto joining. So just thanks for still offering free Cubase training. So you're welcome. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. So we see at the Source Studios, is there a way to randomize MIDI note rhythms, i.e. to try different bass rhythms but using random algorithm adjustments similar to Ableton? So I'm not familiar with Ableton, but there's a number of ways to randomize. So let's say if first we want it to come over to, let's add like a simple drum track here. Let me just do different projects. So we're in 714. All right, so if you wanted to do like in the pattern editor, so let's say we will come over just make sure. Just okay, so let's come over here to, let's say, okay, I want to take try one more time here. Okay, so let's all right, so say now I want to come over here to, let's say, my snare. All right, so let's say if I wanted to come over here to a conga, what we could do is just kind of randomize. And we could also bring in different elements kind of with Euclidean, but we could say, okay, I want to randomize. So, you know, if we wanted to, again, just come over, let's say, okay, let's go to like our hi-hat closed. I could say, okay, let's come over here. I want every second note, or every third note, every fourth note. We could also just kind of say, okay, let's do second notes. Let's come over here and just select the particular lane. So if I wanted to come over here and randomize the clap, or let's come over here, I want this to be, and then we could also just do random velocities. So say if I want to come over here, I could just randomize just the velocity of just the hi-hats. Now once we have this pattern out, we could also just say, okay, we're going to turn this into a MIDI event. So let's say we'll convert this pattern, and we could adjust also utilizing the logical editor. So if we want to come over, let's say we have a number of MIDI events here, or if we want to look at this in a drum editor, we could do this. But let's say, okay, I want to take my hi-hats here at F#1. Let's go to the MIDI editor, to the logical editor, and then we could say, okay, we want to, we're going to say type is equal to note. And we'll say, okay, our subtype, we just want to affect, let's say, F#1. So say we'll say subtype, the pitch is going to be equal to F#1. All right, and then we could choose to go to the position and the length. And then we could say set to relative random values, and we could set. So now I could just come over here and we could just kind of shift the position of particular notes around. So as we want to look at it, we can say, okay, let's look at our F#1s. Here as we do this. So let's say, okay, I'll make this -8, and let's say 20. And the length we could adjust between, let's say, 80 and 40. So now we could just have randomness for rhythms, randomness for lengths. You could do that on all notes. If I just take this, and we could just, and if we want it also to randomize the velocity of the notes with that as well. So let's say we want to set to random values between 70 and 120. So now if we look at our velocity, we can, so there's all sorts of great random stuff that you can do inside of Cubase as well. Plus, if you just want random on playback, if we just come over directly, if we go to our track and we go to MIDI modifiers, here we could randomize our position, length, just on playback as well. This would be global, not for specific notes, but there's a number of ways to do like really cool random things inside of, for MIDI rhythms inside of Cubase. We see John Costigan says he's going to be in and out today. All right, so we have a question. Can I pitch automate an audio track for EDM snare buildup? Okay. So let's say we would just want to do a quick snare build up here. Sorry, let me just do it on snare here. All right, so say we have something like this. Just all right, so let's say now we want to take this particular, so let's say we have something like this going on. Let me just adjust this down, 30-second nodes. Okay, so let's say we just have this as audio. So I'm going to just go to the inserts, and under pitch shift, we can say, okay, let's get to the pitch shifter plugin. So we could just say, okay, we want to come over here to pitch. Let's grab our automation. So we'll say our pitch shifter. So we're going to start here at this point. normal pitch, and we will ramp it up. Just make an adjustment here quick. So as we do this, so you could just kind of do some stuff like that. So just using like the pitch shift plugin. So just try experimenting with the pitch shifter plugin. You could also utilize, the pattern editor to draw an automation of the particular instrument if you wanted to. But try opening up under pitch shift, the pitch shifter plugin, and it's perfect for those types of workflows. All right, wonderful to see Al Johnson on. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Great to see you. Missed you at NAMM this year. Don't know if you were there. It was kind of, All right. Bernardo Studios sending greetings from Brazil. Says Triton Prince is Cubase 15 still on sale? So yes. So sale is still going on, 30% off. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out. So we see Saswiki. Hi, can you review Emotional Violin featuring Spitfire Studio Strings, sir? So I don't have Spitfire Studio Strings on my system. I don't have a license for it. So maybe if there's a Spitfire live stream, they might be able to. But generally, if you want to be kind of emotional with a violin, I mean, we could show you some stuff that you could do. So let's say with one of the built-in libraries. So let's say we go to Howling and Sonic, and every instance of Cubase comes with Iconica Sketch. Don't sleep on this. It's a great orchestral library that you get free with Cubase. So let's say we want to come over here to violin. All right, so as we come over, all right, so you have different articulations. So if you want to be, staccato, and when we do this, we hear the velocity is going to drive the dynamics, as it will for pizzicato. And then you'll have spiccato, which will be slightly longer. And then you're going to have sustain patches. And generally with the sustain patches, to control the dynamics, you would use a MIDI CC, such as your modulation wheel. And then you'll have legato, and legato patches will switch. So that you can just kind of come over and, again, use your mod wheel for your dynamics. So if you want to just kind of. So all sorts of Great stuff. And if you want to get into tremolos, and also sustain. And again, controlling your natural dynamics. So check out the Iconica sketch, but yeah, I don't have a Spitfire license for that to show. Sorry. Okay. There you see a comment from Adam says, "Thank you, appreciate you not making me feel stupid." Laughing out loud. So you're only stupid if you have a question and you don't ask it. So. All right, so we see from Jack Kings, I like to pull my audio peaks down first to level them before running them through my compressor to stop my compressor overworking. I'd love to be able to do that with the line tool instead of the range tool. All right, so let me just get a file in here. All right, so say, you know, so like, I'm not sure if you need, if you're kind of going through like each of the transients here, and you want to, if you're just kind of, just take snap off, if you're kind of going through here and taking your peaks down like this. So, you know, you don't have to, you know, if it's going to be kind of global, I think if you just hold down, you know, if you, you know, one of the things you could do is, you know, with the range tool here is, you know, without, if you have the range tool here, you could, if I'm holding down control or command plus the shift key, and then you could just kind of tame those particular ones. It's still kind of using the range tool, but if you know, want to, you know, just come over, you know, let's say, you know, for just here, you could just kind of grab globally here if you want like all your peaks, you know, to be truncated down so your compressor doesn't have to work so hard. Generally, you know, I'm not sure if, you know, some people will do 2 stages of compression as well. So, or maybe even run a, like an envelope shaper plugin, which does transient control. So if you have something that has a lot of processing on it, you know, if you want it like a plug-in approach, you know, if you don't want the compressor pumping too hard, consider going to like an envelope shaper, and then you could just kind of take the transients down very easily so that your compression that could soften up everything, and then you could get more flavor for your compression. Run that before the compressor. But you know, you could just globally, if you wanted to do a line tool, just, you know, grab right there and be able to have access to that as well. All right, you see Rick from Bratman Studio. It's 67 degrees where he's living in Whittier, California. It says it will be 80. So thanks for joining us today. And Rick has received 1 gallon of lemon meringue ice cream pie from Michael Teams. All right, great to see Mark Rabin on. Everyone give a big woof to Stella, Mark's dog. All right, we see Val on from Vienna. Thanks for joining us today. All right, you see Rick's mentioning Arteria is having a sale. See Val says he missed so many streams. It's great to see you back. It looks like he was in Czechia with 7 bands and 5 weeks and 1 album. Crazy project. So sounds like fun. All right. Fonzito asks, hey sir, I hope all is well. I need to reinstall Cubase 16, probably 15, on another computer. How do I save all my presets for later and reload them? Thank you. So the trick is just go to your edit menu, and you'll go down towards the bottom and you'll see a profile manager. So in your existing computer, export your profile. When put it onto a USB flash drive, email it to yourself, whatever, export it, and then just simply on the new system, go to, again, your edit menu to your profile manager and import it. So that will be kind of all of your user settings that you have. So your key commands, macros, preferences, user presets for plugins and modulators, all of that, global workspaces will all be recalled. So again, go to your edit menu to the profile manager. All right, Track Quest Music says, hi G, can you demonstrate please how to drop a funky beat into the quantizer panel, extract a new preset to audio? Thank you. All right, so let's say we want to do all right, let me just all right, let's see if I just have kind of a all right, so let's say this isn't like the grooviest drum loop and we want to make a kind of a funky drum pattern. So let's just, here I'll just do drum. Okay, so let's say we'll come over. All right, so let's say now I want to take this particular pattern out and convert it to MIDI here real quick. Okay, so now what I want to do is we'll just kind of come over here to our quantize. All right, so let's say okay, so I want to grab like this particular pattern here. So let's say we're kind of nice little swing on this MIDI part here. So if I want to go to my quantize panel, I could just drag and drop this MIDI event in. So we see that we have our quantize set up here. Now, when I go to select an audio event, as we do this, I'll hit Q. If we look at the waveforms, we can see that now that audio event is now just there. So anytime that you have like, you know, something with an interesting groove or feel to it, you could just drag and drop and into the quantize panel. That will make a preset, select an audio event, and then you could just quantize that particular audio event just to match the timing of the MIDI. So let me know if that's helpful for you, TrackQuest Music. It's great to have Val back. Seems like he was on an interesting Odyssey adventure. All right, so we see Rajas Hip Hop checking in from Capitol Heights, Maryland. Thanks for joining us today. So Beverly wants to switch her click track to a cowbell sound, so she gets more cowbell. She has cowbell fever. All right, so we see Mark Raven says, I saw that I have WaveLab and I have no clue what to do with it. Looks wavy and labby. So what I would, generally what I used WaveLab for my use is like, assembling kind of an album. or you want to, I often describe WaveLab as going to be like, the best thing that you can do to kind of radically improve your audio quality. So you're going to get all sorts of wonderful mastering plugins that are included. But just to be able, Cubase is obviously a wonderful production environment and creation environment. But when we want to come over, we just say, now when we work in WaveLab, like if I wanted to, like, let's say I'm doing, a full, like a multi-song release, we'll call it, whether it's an album or you're doing it on CD, but you want multiple songs to be together. So WaveLab is a really, you have two different ways of working. You can edit your particular files, and some of the stuff that you could do is really interesting. Like, okay, I want to just, take this one particular file and, I want to, add more gain or something, or, I could do editing just on one side of the waveform. Also, when we want to see what our waveform looks like, we could see that what our left right waveform looks like, but we could also see like the mid side. So let's say if I wanted to make a particular track sound a bit wider, let me see if I have something I could play without getting copyrighted. So let's say if I'm listening to this particular track here, we could look at it so let's say now I want to see the waveforms for the mid and side. So if I want the sides to sound bigger, I could just come over here and let's say, okay, let's go to my process and I just want to, add gain. I could say, let's add 3 dB of gain on the sides to make the sides sound bigger. And then, so we could do like, fantastic audio editing. And then when we actually are putting together our our release, we'll come over here, we could see kind of all of our particular songs that are laid out for us. We could, in the full WaveLab version, we can come over here. So you have kind of like an audio assembly called the montage, where as we come over here, you could have tracks that just automatically fade in, fade out. If all of my tracks are different volumes in the montage in WaveLab for my release, we could just come over here, and if we go to, we can say, okay, if we come over here to our process, I can say, okay, I want to do a meta normalizer so that all the tracks are consistent volume. So I could say, let's match the loudness of the active clip, and I could just come over here, and WaveLab will be smart enough to say, okay, we're going to match the level so we can go from track to track. Song 6 isn't louder than 7 and softer than 5. And, so stuff like that for making kind of consistency, WaveLab is really great at for kind of like a dedicated high-end mastering solution. So when you kind of have your mix done, I like to take it in WaveLab, and when I'm in WaveLab, I'm not like, oh, I'm going to change that hi-hat. That one hi-hat is a little too soft. Like, that decision's already made by the time I get into WaveLab. So I could just concentrate on kind of delivering kind of my final deliverable in WaveLab. All right, so Charles is just saying, I have a problem with WaveLab 12 and a Harrison 32C channel strip. Thing goes very slow since I load the plugin. Could it be possible that WaveLab 13 has no problem? It could be, and you could always, what I would suggest doing is to download the trial version. Usually if a plugin is kind of causing everything to be slow, so make sure that the licensing isn't affecting the performance of the particular plugin. And also I would make sure but yeah, definitely try the WaveLab 13 trial version, and you could see if that makes a difference. But sometimes some plugins can be problematic. So, all right. So Andromeda is just saying, hi folks. Props on Cubase for Android. By the way, it runs great on my old 4GB RAM tablet, which is surprising. Also, 0 crashes, just a touch of lag if running multiple channels, FX laden. So. All right, you see Raja says Hip Hop says he was watching Andrew Shep's mix yesterday and he used Spectral Layers in the process. So, yeah, you know he's a big fan of it. I did a podcast with him once, the Audio Nowcast. Okay, so Jazzy just mentioning that the in object mode does the Cartesian coordinates. All right, so Bratman Studio just saying, hey Greg, my guitarist cousin laid down some tracks for me. He sent back his WAV files, 44.1, 24-bit, and they imported it into Cubase 15 perfectly from all things an old Cakewalk Pro. Very happy it worked great. All right, so Rob Schmedeke, just checking in from Tarpon Springs, says, what's the easiest way to take a piano chord in a MIDI track and separately split each note into 4 separate brass instruments? Is that a dissolve function? So a lot of times you could do it with Explode. Okay, so let me just find a quick example. All right, so let's say if I come here into, let's say I have something that looked like this. So say we have our 4-part harmony. All right, so if we so I'm going to open it up in the score editor. And then under functions, you can see explode. So we could say explode to new tracks. Say number new tracks. All right, so now we've done that. We can see our 4 parts. So we look at one particular voice here. So come to the score editor, and you'll see from the score menu under functions, explode. And then that will take each of the voices to different tracks. So give that a try, Rob. Okay. All right, so Ryan Springer is just asking if anyone else has had issues with 15.02 and Plugin Guru Unify 2 version 2.03. Says did both updates at the same time, so I don't have a license for that. Okay, so we see a question from Del Sur Music. Spectral Layers 12 inside of Cubase 15 as an ARA extension. I do the unmix song, get stems. Can you show me how to further separate background vocals from main vocal and how to import all tracks? Okay, let me just see if I have... I'll just do a new project, one that has some background vocals in it. One I could play on YouTube. Yeah. Let's see if this is.
All it was like a brand new place. Felt my fears all fly away.
See if this version has backgrounds.
Don't it make you feel good? Knowing that somebody wants to give you.
All right, so let's say I'll just take a small portion.
Fly away. Don't it make you
All right.
feel good? Knowing that somebody wants to give you their heart. Feel good. Somebody wants to take you just the way you are.
All right, so let me just. All right, so I'm going to do just a small portion of it. So anytime that you have files, let's come over to Spectral Layers. So I'm going to run it as my ARA extension. All right, so now when we double click, you can see it in ARA editor. So let's come over here, let's unmix the song. Hopefully this won't take too long. It's just a short section of it. All right, so now you can say, okay, we're going to have like our drums. So let's say as we're playing along here, Then we have our vocals. Now, any of the elements that could be unmixed, we could just drag from the layer directly onto the project. So you could just drag, and now you could have just the drums here. So as we play this track back, we're just going to hear only the drums. So that way we could just drag. Now let's say if I want to select my voice here, my vocal. So I'm going to select this particular layer. I'll close this, and when we go to your modules, we're going to come over to unmix multiple. I don't think that's what we want. Unmix chorus. All right, so now when we play, so now we're just doing the background vocals. Here's a lead. So that's our lead vocal. And let's do our background vocals. So again, once you, so we want to do all of the vocals together. And now if I wanted to take my lead vocals and background vocals and drag them into the project, we could just come right over here and drag those elements from our layers here directly to the project window. So to do like the background vocals from the lead vocals, just come over and at that point just use the unmix chorus from their modules, and then you could separate those. Works way better than it should. All right. And at this point, we see just kind of import all tracks to Cubase and close Spectral Layers. So at this point, if you want to if you rendered these files, so let's say if I come over here to bounce selection, we could just bounce the particular selection down, and then we don't have to have Spectral Layers open up. So if you wanted to just do a quick bounce selection or render in place, then all those particular files would automatically be just normal WAV files in the program. All right, Roland Stuff says, hi Greg, what's the difference between adding a plugin to a track as an extension and as an insert? I've only got a couple of third-party plugins, but they show up in both places, thanks. So generally, if it's going to run as an extension, and that would be an ARA extension, so most common is going to be insert plugins, and these would be like your normal EQs, compressors, reverbs, delays, modulation effects like coursing, flanging. When we go into an extension is when there's more kind of like editing that's involved with the communication. So when we open up an extension and I double click, now the sample editor will turn into, since we chose WaveLab as the extension, now I could do editing in WaveLab. So while this could be also a plugin, this allows you to have a deeper level of kind of interconnectivity between the editing environment and the DAW, in this case Cubase. So so if you have like, Vocal Line, Melodyne, WaveLab, I think Auto-Tune now, what I do is this allows for a deeper level of integration between the editing of the two. So it's basically, when you're running as an extension, you're running it as an editor in that environment inside of Cubase. So at that point, you're going to have more control, but you don't need that for a chorusing plugin or a reverb generally. It's going to be like, okay, I'm going to be doing editing within this particular environment. That's when you would do it as an extension. All right, so we've seen Bratman Studio says, I'm finding if I do an update/download and then reboot my computer as Mac Studio M4, it seems to put everything in place, but every time reboot. All right. All right, so we see, hi, when I double clicking on an audio track, how do I get the audio editor to open where the cursor is set? All right. Okay, so let's see if, let me just import a longer file here. Some of these are pretty long. All right. All right, so let's say our cursor is at 27. So let's say I have my mix console open. I move my cursor to 43. All right, so now I double click and we can see that the cursor, like when we hit play, so let's say if I duplicate this a couple times, so my cursor's here, when I double click, so one of the things that might affect it, let's see if we go to your transport, and if you have video files editing on off, let's say if I double click here, then the cursor is going to go to the beginning of the event. So usually, so here when I select an event with this mode on, so again under transport, video follows editing mode. So you can see that the cursor is kind of independent, and when I double click here, we can see the cursor kind of automatically reflected in the editor. So let's say if I'm zoomed in here and I move the cursor, and then as soon as you kind of hit play, it automatically updates, but check to make sure that the transport, that video follows editing mode, because if you have that, then the cursor is always going to jump to the beginning of the selected event. Okay. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Let me find my spot. Okay. All right, reading through some comments here. All right, so we see Beverly Beatty says the pitch shifter is cool and would be great for EDM for sure. I'm going to use it. Thanks for the tip, Greg. So you're welcome. So you get for hang out in the live streams. See some discussion of like how to do MIDI drums well. Mark is using like an electronic kit. It's using a Roland kit. All right, so we see I am Abdul. Ahad Shazad says, I hope my question is related to today's topic. So there's no specific topic, or just Q&A. But can you please clarify my confusion on how much processing Groove Agent drum kit needs for mixing? I'm asking in reference to the Easy Drummer. So usually, I haven't seen where Groove Agents really caused a lot of taxing on systems. I guess, because Groove Agent, once we open up Groove Agent, one, it's an incredibly efficient engine internally. But let's say if we go to Groove Agent SE, even like I'll just do like a new project here, just so we can see from scratch. And we'll load up kind of a large kit. And I'll open up multiple kits inside of Groove Agent here. I'll do the SE because everyone owns that one. So, but you'll get the same idea. So just in case you don't have the full Groove Agent, but let's load up a big kit. See. Don't think, see if I have, Marco Miniman drums. I don't have a license for it. Let's get to like Simon Phillips kit here. Wonderful drummer and Groove Agent user. So let's come over here. All right, so first, as we're kind of just working, just to make this hear it a little better. All right, so this is lots and lots of velocity layers. Obviously, lots of drums. Because, Groove Agent is smart, it actually will load the initial sample into memory and stream the rest from disk. So if you go to your options here, you could set the amount of how much is preloaded into memory versus streaming off of the disk. But let's open up our audio performance. Alright, and let's go ahead and duplicate that track. Alright, I'll just have this follow the transport. Alright, so let's look at, so this is like probably one of the higher drum kit samples. So let's look at our performance meter. So let's go ahead and so now we're up to 16 Groove Agents. So 16 Groove Agents. Let's go ahead and I'll just get them all playing. real quick. All right, just get these kind of set up. All right, so we'll get like 16 playing at once here, see what that does to our system. All playing the same pattern. All right, so let's say now, I'll just turn this down. All right, so we have 16 incredibly large drum kits playing. Let's look at our audio performance meter. So it's barely using any audio performance, and those are all 16 separate instances of Groove Agent. Again, playing with not a 5-piece drum kit, but every every type of octobon. You can see we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 toms, 3 snares, 2 kicks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cymbals, and octobons. All those samples loaded. So I would say it's pretty efficient that we could run 16 separate instances and still really barely touch our CPU. So it's an interesting test. All right. So I think you can get a lot of drums with Groove Agent. All right, so we see Mark Raven says, "Hi Greg, hi family, no place I'd rather be, love the stream," and so does his dog Stella. All right, Beverly Beatty just says, "Hello Greg, could you go over the VariAudio with multiple takes of Vox tracks? I've seen a situation of Dog's Breakfast of stack notes that obviously belong to all the vocal takes. It says, then not sure which one I should actually be editing." All right, so if you have kind of like multiple, let me just save this as. All right, so say if we have multiple So generally when we're dealing with VariAudio, you want to, it's going to show what is selected. So let me just look for. All right, so let's say if I'm.
Waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home. You look my way and you're
All right, so if I just select one part and I go into my VariAudio editor, that's kind of what I generally see. So I see one event. Now, so I would always kind of recommend that. Now, what some people do is they'll come over, they'll select that and this event, and now when you go into your VariAudio editor, you're kind of like, oh, what should exactly I'm looking at? So if you're in kind of situations like this where you're seeing a lot of other parts, and you may want to, you'll probably see at the top here, where you could actually see all of your different takes. So you say, okay, now I just want to see my lead vocal. So here is, if you have multiple events selected, you can just kind of come right over here and choose which one of the parts is active. So now we could say, okay, I want to go to, my background vocals, and then we could just activate those different parts. But if you have one event selected, you're going to see one event in VariAudio. If you have multiple events selected, then you could see multiple events, and you could, it's easier to see in kind of full screen mode. Just kind of click here, and then you could pick and choose exactly which of the takes, which event, which file that you're editing. So just kind of look for that in the VariAudio, where you could even do a search for different recorded performances. All right, Beverly's giving a big woof to Stella. Okay, Raw Justice Hip Hop's ready to watch on Roku. All right, Mark Raven says that profile manager hint is a great hint. Thanks for that. Thank you for whoever asked the question. So, all right, so we have JVI joining. Thanks for being on the stream today. He's happy he gets to follow the live stream live today. We have Brian Sawyer checking in from Yuma, Arizona. Mark Raven says you learn fast on replay, but you socialize on the stream. Okay, so Deemster78 is asking, hi Greg, can you go over some basics of the arranger track? I also sent an email question about screenshots regarding sampler track. Thanks, greets from Belgium. All right, so let's do some. Let me find one of my tracks that has. See if I have it. Yep. All right, so the arranger track is a lot of times we have people that are composing. Didn't like that. With people that are composing music and they want it to be for, different arrangements for different times. So let me try opening up. Okay, so let's say we have a song. All right, and let's say, okay, we're gonna have like an intro. And then let's say we have a verse. All right, so what I could do now is we're gonna add an arranger track. And I'm gonna say, okay, let's take this, and I'm gonna just grab the pencil tool, and we could come over here. Now we have an A section. So I want to come over here. We'll call this intro. Okay, let's. So let's say, okay, we want to call this our verse. So option. And let's say, okay, we're going to do kind of probably a pre-chorus. And let's say a chorus. All right, now I could also have subsections. So I could say, okay, let's take this. So I could have little subsections as well. So let's say, okay, so let's say I want to go, and what I want to do now is I defined my parts here. And what we want to do is to create a play order of it. So I'll come here and say, okay, maybe I want that little tiny chorus. I want the intro, and then go to the chorus, to the pre-chorus, to verse 1, and let's repeat that. So now when we come to our arranger track, we can activate it. And instead of playing linearly through the project, then it's going to jump back from the chorus to the pre-chorus. Then after it's done with this, it's going to go to our verse part. So we could pick out different parts of this song and come up with different arrangements. So we get this, it's going to play the pre-chorus and then go to verse 1. Now if I wanted to come up with a different arrangement without having to copy all of these parts around over and over again, what I could do is just say, okay, let's create a new chain. So this, I want my intro, chorus, verse 1, pre-chorus, chorus. And this could be a 30-second version, a 60-second of an extended dance remix. It could be, whatever that we want. Now, but if we wanted to actually render this to take our non-linear project and turn it into a linear project, we can come over here and choose to flatten the chain. And at this point, we could just say, we could automatically create an arrangement that is if we had copied this particular order over and over again. So the arranger track allows you to kind of play in linear arrangement in non-linear fashion so that you could experiment with arrangement ideas very easily. All right, and says also from sent email question about the screenshots regarding the sampler track. Thanks. I couldn't, So I got the email and it was in my list of kind of emailed in questions. I haven't, if you could let me know if a couple things I was thinking, let me know what exact audio file format is. I saw it was in the like a Ron Carter bass folder, I think, or there was a Ron Carter bass. Let me know like what type of audio file format that is. Is it a standard wave? Is it an M4A file? Is it an MP3 file? What resolution it is? Also, let me know if on the hard disk, and this was like the question was going to like when we go to like the media bay over here and we want to insert a file that we don't get that he wasn't getting the create sampler track until it was dragged into a project, and then we could drag it down to the sampler track. So I wonder if there's any like read-write permissions, or if it's a read-only file that could be causing that. So if you could let me know like the bit depth, what audio file format it is, to see if it's a 32K file or something like that, sample rate, something odd. And also let me know if that particular file folder is write protected, or if the user permissions are blocked in any way. That would be helpful for me. All right, so we see DJ Eric Fox says, hello, Greg. Please tell me how I can make a custom randomized velocity preset in a logical editor. The default is -12 to +12. I want to make my own from -18 to +12. Okay, so all you have to do is go to our MIDI logical editor. So let's say we want to come over. We'll look at the velocity of the bass here. Okay, so let's go to our MIDI logical editor. So if you have, let's say, okay, so let's say if you have, you can say set to relative values. So let's say if all of my velocities here are fixed. So let me just select all of my velocities here, and I want these all to be 100. Not the off velocity, but all right, so we can see that they're all 100. So let's say we want to randomize velocities. Let's come over here to the logical editor. So we're going to say type is equal to notes. We're going to just select velocity here, and you could set to relative random values or set to random values. So let's say we want it between 70 and 100. So now we can see all the velocities will be between those particular values. And if we wanted to do, let's say we were at our relative random values. So let's select all the notes. I'll make them all the same velocity again. Hold down Control Command, and now they're all fixed. So let's say if we want to do relative random values, so here we can say -18 and +12. So now we could go between the existing values down -18 and up between -12. If it goes -18 a couple times, you may notice that the velocity will kind of dip away. So That way we could kind of keep the particular values and to save that as a preset, either of them. Once you come here, save changes as preset. And you could recall it in future projects. All right. All right, so we see further clarification. It says, can you take a piece of audio loop and take its fundamental quantize with every beat in the loop and then apply that to another piece of audio, no MIDI? Yeah, so it's really the same process. So let's say we want to take... okay, so let's take this particular drum loop here. Okay, so what I could do is let's open up our quantize panel. All right, what I want to do now is drag that audio file into our quantize panel. And then when we want to go to like another audio file here, we could just say apply quantize. And we could just do quantizing. So even if I wanted to, let's go to a different drum loop here. So if I like the feel of this loop, so let's say if we play this one here. I drag that loop over, and now I could take this loop and make sure that the audio warp quantize is on, and so now we can play those two together. So just drag the file over and then come over here and apply quantize, and you could add more swing. So you could do audio to audio, MIDI to audio, MIDI to MIDI, audio to MIDI. All right, so JVI has received 1 gallon of German chocolate cake ice cream. So we see Mark Rabin just indicating or mentioning WaveLab is mastering focus and less about wave file editing. So, you know, if you were just doing, you know, I would say people do wave file editing in WaveLab. You know, like I've been to places, you know, where they figure out, you know, nuclear submarine sounds, and they do the analysis of the audio recordings of in the Navy, you know, at Naval Research Labs. You know, they do that in WaveLab. You know, when the U.S. government is archiving all of their historic audio recordings, it's done in WaveLab. People that do podcasts, people that do books on tape, will often do all of their, you know, WaveLab. It's just a raw audio editor. It's not following necessarily the paradigm of a digital audio workstation where it's like, okay, we have effects and we have a mixer and we have, you know, automation paradigms that are carried over from traditional consoles and routing. You know, WaveLab is going to be primarily just a dedicated audio editor. So, you know, we have people using it for amusement park and sound design and, you know, batch processing tens of thousands of files to different formats. A lot of people use it for mastering, but, you know, if you're doing like radio editing, you know, if you're editing radio spots and commercials, WaveLab is a perfect tool for that. Whereas Cubase, you know, I would want to write a song and compose a song in Cubase, but not necessarily in WaveLab. And if I was doing, non-creative type of audio editing, book on tape, where it's just like you're doing a zillion of the similar things all the time. WaveLab's really well suited for those tasks as well. If you had to say one word, it would probably be mastering, but it's not necessarily to kind of demean other, uses and functions of WaveLab. All right, Martin Sheenan asks, don't know if I've been asked before, but I want to buy a new Mac. It only comes with a 512 gigabyte drive, but all my programs possibly a lot more. So having external drive is first all licenses run off external. So most of the programs will need to be installed on the system drive. The program itself takes very little memory. I think Cubase is under a gigabyte for everything. And then what a lot of people do is have all of their content, all their sample libraries on an external drive. And that's very easy to do with Cubase. So you'd probably want to run all of your applications on the main drive, and all of the large sample libraries, all your loops, your sound effects, your drum samples, your Hallian samples, you could use an external drive for that. Okay, so you see also from Martin says, purchase Nuendo. My current Mac doesn't support Cubase 15 or Nuendo 15 drive. Will everything work on that external drive? As I've also, let me see, it continues later. I don't see continuing. So generally, it's like, once you have, so it's not really tied to the drive, and generally needs to be on the same drive as the operating system. That's what I would always recommend. You may be able to do it, but it's probably more of a hassle than it's worth. But, if you want to send more info, I'm not sure if your question got cut off, Martin, but you could always email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. I'll see if it comes in later. So we see I am Abdul Ahad Shazad says, he said, WaveLab is mostly inclined towards mastering. Can you fix harshness in WaveLab, usually coming from mid-focus instruments like electric guitars? The same way that you would, generally there's going to be like dynamic EQs. WaveLab will have a number of dynamic EQs, as what you have in Cubase with frequency. So using a dynamic EQ would do that. So there's nothing specifically in WaveLab to do that other than the included plugins like Master Rig and Frequency. But you could take the same approach to, that phenomena, that issue of mixing with the same tools in WaveLab as you do Cubase. All right, so Musictron asks, is there a way to show automation lines over waveform or MIDI events instead of separate lanes under the waveform or MIDI events? So the automation is going to be on a separate lane. But there's a setting where the automation track, so if you come here for the automation, that you could see it in relation to the waveform. So if you go to, let's say, your automation panel, you could also access it with F6. And you'll see this where you can say show data on tracks. So when that's turned off, I don't have a waveform reference. When I come here, I could see the resolution, the waveform, whether it's going to be for a MIDI track or an audio track. So if I come here, let's say for MIDI, and we open up the automation, I could just do my automation, see the MIDI events. So if you go to your automation panel here, if you go to the project menu, you could also access it directly from here. And if you get to settings, show data on tracks. So that way you could see the reference of the automation to the waveform. And this also makes it easier if you're editing like 3 or 4 types of automation data simultaneously, which often happens if you're doing immersive projects, or opening up a filter with a resonance simultaneously and seeing those two together instead of only seeing one automation parameter. All right, so Eddie3569 says, what is the easiest way to convert a stereo audio track to 716, 916, etc., so that multi-channel plugin can be inserted? They're just, it's not, taking it doesn't probably make sense to just take a stereo track and put it in a, and convert it to a 916, kind of defeats the purpose in a lot of ways. So if you wanted to, do something like that, so let's say we want to come over here, let's get to like a new project. And let me just import like a stereo track. Because the stereo track still has 2 channels of information. So let's come over here. Let me just. All right, and let me switch this over to 48. All right, so let's say we have our stereo file. All right, and let's come over here. So if I say turn into a 916 file, the stereo file is only going to be the first 2 tracks. What a lot of people may do, like kind of poor man's, is when you come over here and say, okay, let's say we'll do a 714 just for example's sake, and didn't like that. All right. Let's see if I have one that's already kind of started. All right. Try this one more time. All right, so let's say now I want to we'll do binaural mixing. So if you have headphones on, and I go to my channel here, all right, so let me just. And so now once we want to come over here, let's put it into. So now if I put this into, I have now, if I put it in the center, let's say, I have, you know, multiple channels coming out of one particular file. But it's not like, okay, I'm just going to turn this into like a 712 or 916 file because the source is mono. So, but if you put it into that channel, now we could, you know, since this is going to our bed, we can put in multi-channel plugins at that stage. But it's not just like stereo to mono, stereo to 716 kind of. It would have to have some panning applied to it. All right. All right, so we see from Soren says, Greg, is it smart to get the MIDI notes to OmniVocals from a chord track MIDI voicing, like the bass voicing from the chord to Omni or soprano voicing? Is that smart or just a time waste? So, you know, it could really depend on like the words that it's singing, but you know, and you would need a separate track for each you know, for each voice, in because OmniVocal is going to be just a monophonic source. But if you know, want to, you know, take, you know, let's say if we come over to, you know, something, we'll just do a quick chord track. All right, it says do say a quick chord track here. All right, so let's take this. Let's add just a MIDI track here quickly. All right, let's join these. All right, let me just change the voicings for the chord here real quick. Here, just get rid of the low octave in this case here. Alright, so let's do to new tracks. All right, so let's add a couple instances of OmniVocal. So now if you wanted to, enter lyrics. I'm not a lyricist. All right, so we'll just enter lyrics in. So you could massage things and get it to sound good. So, but yeah, you could definitely work with it. All right, well, great to see Balsa checking in from Montenegro. All right, so you see 90 Ralph says, why don't you guys add support for Windows Audio? What do you mean by Windows Audio? Windows Media Audio? I think we do support that. Windows platform. Let me see an emoji there, but yeah, let me know what you mean by Windows Audio, or if you mean the Windows audio drivers system. I think even Microsoft will recommend ASIO for low latency performance. All right, Uno Momento wants people to whack the like button. So when Chatfield jumped. All right, so Roland Stubbs just says, thanks for explaining differences between extensions and inserts. All right, so we see Alex checking in from Mojave, Arizona. Says, just finished mapping my machine to arranger track in Cubase. Beautiful workflow. All right, so 90 Ralph says, but we need an interface or ASIO for all, which hijacks the audio, causing issues with other apps. So if you're, if it's hijacking the audio, all you have to do in Cubase is go to your studio setup, select your audio interface, and just choose release driver when application is in background. So again, just come over to Studio. Then you could go to another device, and it's always great to have, spend $100 and get an audio interface, or you can IXO 22 from Yamaha. It's a great one to get. It's cheap, light, fits in your bag easily. All right, so Alex is asking a request, which is to introduce sideways scroll capabilities to the toolbar. I constantly get hung up looking for features opening and closing the 3 dots. My screen is a 26-inch, so, like I have a 27-inch screen, so with, some of the stuff, you could... I like to, we could give you a plethora of options that are always available. Sometimes people may go, you know what, I just right click and I have my tools. I don't need to access my tools here. So I could just right click and say, I don't need to see my particular toolbar because, so you could actually just kind of pick and choose different functions. So you say, okay, I don't need to see the tools because they're always a right click away. So you can kind of customize it pretty well, and different people want to see different things. I'll pass it on just to see, but let me know also if you had 2 rows, would that work for you? As opposed to scrolling to the left or right all the time. So just if you could let me know, Alex, that'd be great. All right. Great to see Sable on. Thanks for joining us from Bay Area, California. Okay. Okay. So we see Greg is from TrackWest Music. Greg, is there a way you can bring in a hi-hat loop onto an audio track, then manipulate the velocity on each hi-hat? I know you can do it with MIDI. Audio is not going to have a velocity per se, but let's just look for a hi-hat loop, or we could just make one here. Let's see if I can. Just looking. All right, so let's see how this sounds. Okay, so let's say we want to, let's just bounce the selection of audio. All right, so, if we have a hi-hat loop, I mean, we can, depending, obviously MIDI is going to have a lot more flexibility, but if we wanted to, let's say if we have our range tool, I could, come over here. I'm holding down my control or command plus the shift key, and then I could adjust kind of the volume. So if I wanted to adjust the volume, I could just come over here and say, okay, let's increase the volume of that. So just kind of hover, and then you could do kind of like your clip gain. So if we wanted to now, so you could do that. Now if we wanted to grab, let's say, okay, I want to just take this portion of the audio and I could go, okay, let's reverse the hi-hat. So if we go to processes, I could say, okay, let's reverse that hi-hat. So and take that out. If we wanted to adjust kind of our timing of it, I could select it with my selection tool. And if I go to audio, let's go to real-time processing, and I switch over to, let's say, my tool here. I'll just put my tools back here. So let's just switch to my free warp tool, and now I could change kind of the rhythmic placement of any of the clips here as well. So we could just adjust the timing. So you have a lot more flexibility, but if you want to just kind of grab the hi-hat, the range tool, and as you hover over, you don't have to split. You could just come here and adjust kind of like similar to what the velocity was and do processing. So you don't really have velocity in audio. You can, take it to a sampler track and do velocity control there if you wanted to. So if I come here to my sampler control, I could drop in, let me just take it out of musical mode here, I think. But then you could slice up audio and be able to do kind of different, you could slice it up and trigger velocity if you wanted to as well, but it's a lot more flexible in the MIDI domain. Okay, so you see DJ Eric Fox. I think I showed you that already, but let me know. All right, so we see from I am Abdul just says, hey Greg, thank you for answering my previous question. Since Groove Agent MIDI samples are very well recorded, how much EQ and compression it needs for mixing? I would say most of the time it's pretty dialed in, where you don't, you may want to add more reverb or maybe a little more compression depending on the mix and what you're going for, but you don't have to do any corrective. A lot of times when you get a mixing project from someone, you spend a lot of time, correcting like a badly recorded drum, or a drum that's not recorded well, or a drum that's not tuned well, or not mic'd well, and you spend a lot of time doing correction of stuff like that. So sometimes, we saw this when Groove Agent first came out with the acoustic agent, also with the Grand, like some people were some musicians at first didn't get it, that, because they were used to hearing like the piano or the drum set when they actually played and what it sounded like to them, which is a viable option. But what we're going for is what, in a recording, how it works in the recording. So, how something sounds in a recording isn't how it sounds to the drummer, or the piano isn't how, how a piano works in a recording isn't what the piano player hears when they sit down and play the piano. So sometimes you're kind of playing the end result. So that could be a little disconcerting for people at first. But when you realize that you don't have to spend a lot of time in processing and mixing to kind of get it to the point where it sounds good, that you just do little minor tweaks. So I'd say that you don't have a lot of mixing to do with Groove Agent, especially for any corrective mixing tasks. All right, so we have Witty Music watching from Nashville. Thanks for joining today. Miss going down there a lot. All right, so we see what does the orange tick mean on the marker track? All right, let me just add a couple of marker tracks. Okay, so we could have multiple marker tracks. Okay, and when we see the orange one, so let's say if we come over here and we hit Control M or Command M, we can see now while we have multiple marker tracks, there's going to be one marker track that's active at a time that we could see like in the marker editor. So now when I come over here, we look at our time position. I'll select a different marker track. This becomes our active marker track. So I'll just put that to always on top. So let's say if I add more markers, if I select this track, we make this the active marker track. So that's just indicating which is the current selected active marker track. So while the marker tracks can all be functioning at the same time, which one that you want to see in the marker editor. So let me know if that's the orange check that you're referring to. All right, Val asks, is there a way to have the CPU safe benefits of freeze while being able to edit clips? They always have that lock sign. Okay, so let's say if I come over here and we have, let's say, our tracks here. Okay, so what I like to do is just to, one of the things that you could do is just come over. So instead of freezing, what I would do is select the particular track and let's go directly into, we go to our edit menu to render in place. All right, so when I go to my render settings, I could just choose I'm going to disable the source tracks, and there's different settings when you select the track versus an event. So with the track selected, I could choose to disable the source tracks, and now I say render, and now I have the audio here. So this track isn't taking any CPU, it's been disabled. I could still move it around. It's not taking, I could move my audio that's been rendered in it. Another thing that you could do, and a lot of times what I like to do is, just to, at this point, I can render this and I will just kind of hide it, make it invisible. And if you make it invisible, that way you don't actually see it. But try rendering in place and select the track, and from that particular track, go directly, from that track. Once you have that track set up, try hiding it. and that way all of your data is still there. You could unhide the track in the visibility settings, and you'll be able to access everything and move it. So. Okay. Okay, Soul Sound Official, how to set the velocity for VST instruments to limit all the notes of velocities. Example, lower to 80 and max velocity to 100 and keep the in-between values dynamics for all that piece. All right, so if you wanted to come over here, let's try going. If you want to do it on input, I would go to the input transformer. We can do this as a track or globally. Let's come over here to the panel. So we can say we want to transform incoming MIDI notes. And what we want to do is take our velocity, and we're going to I think if we choose to let's see if we can set the random values between, or let's say we could filter. Like, I'm not sure if you want to filter the notes. Try see if we can do yet a different approach. So, because you may want to have those velocities available to you. So let's see if we come over here. All right, so you could choose like a velocity filter here and say the max value is going to be, let me just get the values, 80, let's say 100, and the minimum value is going to be 80. So go to the MIDI modifiers. If you don't see the MIDI modifiers, right click and go to setup sections and make sure that you have the MIDI modifiers there. So in the MIDI modifiers, then you'll see range, and then you could just set up velocity filter so that all the velocities will go between those two. So you can say velocity filter of 100 for max and 80. And then everything will play between those particular velocity values. All right, Pete266 says, hi Greg, in Cubase 15 drum maps, instead of having just one default velocity when I program individual drum hits, can I set different automatic velocities for each individual drum hit? Yeah, so let's come over here. Let's say if we just load up an instrument track. So okay, so let's say we'll come over here. It's assign a drum map. All right, so generally, like when we go to, let's make this larger so we can see. All right, so I think when we go to enter in notes here, it's going to be, I think, a velocity of 100 by default. And now there's an insert velocity function. So you could actually just come over here and you have 5 different values. And these could be switched from a key command. So now if I wanted to input velocities for my hand clap at 70, or we could choose a different value. Let's make it 50. I want this to be a different preset of 90. And now we could come over here, let's make it 120. So we could have kind of fixed like different insert velocities, and you could have key commands or your MIDI remote to automatically switch between them. And if you want to go to setup, you could create your own presets for different velocity levels that you want. So check out the insert velocity, and then you could switch between 5 different velocity levels with key commands or MIDI remote commands, so that as you enter different velocities in, you have 5 different levels or 5 different velocity values to choose from. All right, Michael Teams has granted me 1 gallon of chocolate peanut butter ice cream for my family and myself. He says, make sure Ryan doesn't get all of it. He probably will. We'll give it to him for his birthday, which was yesterday. All right, so we see Daniela on from Bochum, Germany. Thanks for joining today. She's received 1 gallon of peach mango ice cream. So we see DJ Sonic Sounds. Is this new Cubase 15.2? Yep. Oh, he's run the latest version is available to the public. All right, Brian DeBear says, hi Greg, could you explain what a VCA track is and how it is used? All right, so VCA fader is kind of mimicking kind of the workflow of kind of traditional large format consoles. You can think of like an SSL E or G series, kind of the classic SSL from the 80s and 90s are great examples of this. So they didn't actually have motorized faders, but what they had was what's called a VCA, and VCA, stands for voltage controlled amplifier, and that's going to allow you to kind of automate the volume levels, and it's how it's going to work. It's going to automate the volume levels of different items, but without having a motorized fader. And there became like workflows that developed as a result of this. So let's say, and especially if we have existing automation. So let's look at my mix console here, and we'll notice that we're going to have a lot of automation in our drums going on here. So let's say my drums, some tracks are going in contrary motion, so while some are going up, some are going down. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to add a VCA fader to all of my drums. All right, now one of the key things with VCA faders is when I come over here, let's say I have a reverb on my snare. And let me just we'll make this snare a little bigger here. All right, so now if I had run everything through a group and I drop my snare volume going out to its send would be affected. So when I go to a VCA, now a VCA does not sum any of the audios. I'm going to take all of these all of my drum tracks here, select them, and I'm going to right click and we're going to add a VCA track to the selected tracks. Okay, so as I'm working with this, I have existing automation, but let's say I just want to kind of bring down my automation. I'm just going to grab my VCA here, and I'm going to automate the VCA fader. So now we see that tracks, I'm moving the VCA fader down, and we see tracks are still going up in volume. But note, if you listen to the snare, the reverb relationship between the snare and the reverb isn't affected. So I'm going to bring this up in tracks. You'll see their automation as I bring the VCA up. The tracks are still going downward in direction. All right, so now when I come over here, let's say I look at the automation for the particular track, and we see almost two different automation curves. So I see kind of the original automation curve, and then I see this kind of underlying automation curve, and that's the result of the VCA fader. So if I wanted to kind of coalesce that automation, so let's say everything was just too loud, and it's like you got the drums, they're pumping, and then you get the guitars, the keys, and strings, and then you get the vocals, and you're like, oh, the vocal can't get loud enough to fit into this mix. I have to bring everything down. That's when you could assign stuff to a VCA fader. Now, the beauty of this also gets to be, if I want to come over here, I could say, let's combine the automation of the VCA with the linked channel. So we see that we have kind of two different automation values. One, the original automation, and the second one is the result of the VCA. So I'm going to combine those channels, and now we've coalesced those particular that automation from the VCA onto the track. Now let's do something a little more creative. Is we could have multiple VCA faders. So let's say I have two kick tracks, so I want to add a VCA fader to my kicks. All right, and let's say we have two snares, snare top and bottom. Let's add a VCA fader to that. I want to take my toms and add, let's see, it looks like we have two toms. Okay, so let's add a VCA fader to that. Let's say overheads and rooms. And I'll include the hi-hat here. And let's make a VCA to that. So now I want to select my VCAs. And I'm going to add a VCA to my VCAs. So now I can take my kicks, my snares, toms, I could take my overheads and rooms and hi-hat, and now I could come over here and I could adjust all of my drums, or just kind of subsections within the drums as well. So if you have existing automation of VCA, now a group, a lot of people say, oh, what's the difference between this and a group? A group will sum, and you could take a group and, put a parallel compression on it. You could put EQ. You could put like a compressor for glue for background vocals. Again, you don't do any processing on a VCA, but when you have existing automation, that's when you want to utilize the VCA, because it gives you finer control and then allows you to kind of coalesce the automation. And again, it doesn't alter the gain structure between the tracks and their effects levels. So hopefully it makes sense. Okay, let me just, thanks for all the great questions for everyone. Let me just Okay. So we see from DaVinci Girl says the problem in general is 716 is a standard at the moment. Cubase does not provide standard for the moment. In case you use a standard UCS system for wave categorization, now no support. So I don't think 716 is a standard. So I know some people are doing 914, 916, 712. But generally, when you're doing authoring for Dolby, Dolby recommends 7.12 for for mixing and creating. So we'll just go by what Dolby has indicated. All right, so we have Peter Raymond checking in from Winnipeg. Thanks for joining today. All right, so we have a question. Easiest way to copy MIDI CC controller data from one channel to another or between controllers from CC1, CC11 to CC1. How can I create a shortcut? So let's go ahead and just create a new project here. Okay, so let's just drop some notes in. Okay, so we have some CC11 data here. Okay, let me just reread it, make sure. Okay, so copy MIDI CC controller data from one channel to another or between controllers. All right, so let's say I want to come here. So if I wanted to come here, so let's say I have another piece of music, another MIDI event here. Grab some notes. Okay, one way I could do it is just to right click here. We could say select all events on this lane, copy. Let's come down to here. We could select the same CC, and then I'm going to hit Alt or Option plus V. And now we could have the same exact CC data between two different tracks. And can you create a shortcut? You could make a macro to do that if if the tracks were underneath. You could also, if you wanted, let's say we had CC1 data. Let's come over here. Let me just select my CC11 data here. All right, and let's say we have CC1 data, and let's say if we want to convert the CC1 to CC11, so let's get to the logical editor. So we could say, okay, let's transform, type is equal to controller. Let's say our MIDI, our subtype is going to be MIDI controller, let's say CC1, and what we want to do is to add 10. So now we could transform our CC1 to CC11 data, just like that. If we wanted to, so we could save that as a preset, so we'll undo that. Let's go back to see our CC1. We could also choose to extract to track. So now when I hit apply, we now just have a track with just the CC data right there. So a couple of things you can do in a logical editor as well. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we see a question, how is the volume fader made of the same color as the track? All right, so let's say I add a number of tracks here. And we have our colors, so we go to our mix console. What you could do if you want it, so the actual fader cap won't be color, but if you want to colorize the channels, we could come over here. If you go to your preferences under the edit menu in Windows or settings under Mac OS, and we go to under user interface, track and mix console, here we could say our mix console colors. If I click there, we'll say apply, and then we could have folder tracks, have the colors, we have tracks that have colors, and we could set the intensity for those. So that way our mixer, if you don't have the mixer channels colored, you could do that. And the fader caps can be set to different colors in kind of the same area. Once we go to the fader colors, so you could actually come over here and say, okay, when we go to a VCA, I want this to be more green. So, and you could load up kind of different defaults for that as well. Okay, so we have a question from I am Abdul Ahad Shazad. It says, when using the channel strip EQ, how do you level match your input with your output? Will that be adjusting pre-gain? So, you know, if you're kind of at your channel settings here, so say you're at your channel EQ, one of the things you could do is you have a pre-gain directly here in the channel EQ itself. So this comes before the signal. This is actually kind of a pre-section, but it's kind of, we have our high cut, low cut filters here as well. So it's kind of tied directly into the particular EQ. So you could adjust the gain, you know, before it hits the channel directly here. So if you are adding too much gain with the EQ itself, you could adjust the pre-gain down right there. And that will give you 48.2 dB of gain or cut for the pre-gain. See, Mark Rabin just says, taking that another step further, if you make a group folder, you keep all of your used MIDI and rendered tracks, and then you just collapse the folder. That's part of his workflow. Yeah, that makes sense too. It's a great way of doing it. Thanks for sharing, Mark. So we see Mark Rabin says, hey Greg, you rock, thank you. Can I ask a question? In the last 365 days, what top 2 to 3 advancements have you made in my Cubase? That's a good question. I haven't, I mean, to me, every time there's a new version, it feels like Christmas to me, like opening up a new version for the first time. So there's a lot of great things in 15, you know, so some of the things I really appreciate, I really like the writing room synths, some of the new drum presets. I like being able, I'm not a keyboard player, I know I should practice, but I like the melodic mode in the pattern editor, and I like to use it for orchestral stuff, which seems really kind of counterintuitive. Like I just did a big notation project, and being able to start it in Cubase and take it into Dorico to do the final tweaks on it, that's been really helpful. Like today and yesterday I was just working on in Dorico an orchestral piece we're doing next month, George Gershwin's Piano Concerto in F. and it was a really ugly score that's been photocopied like 12 times, and like in about 4 hours I was able to put in like 23 pages of the bass part and redo it so it's legible, and I'll be able to pass that on to my section as well. So but I tend not to use Cubase for myself anymore. I remember talking with Hans Zimmer about this, and he's like, well, you're like the one person who doesn't run Cubase for themselves. You're always running it for other people to understand their workflows. So it's an interesting question. So. All right, Ahmad Solo asks, hello, I have an audio track with one kick sample on every quarter note. How can I replace that kick with another? I thought it was shift and drag. Yeah. So let's say we have a kick sample. All right, so let's say I have this kick, and we'll do your typical 4 on the floor. All right, so let's say I have the same sample that's being used multiple times. So now what I could do is drag over another sample, hold down the shift key. So I'm going to drag it first, hold down the shift key. Then it'll ask you if you want to modify all events. So any event that's being used. So drag it over first, then hold down the shift key, and then you'll be prompted with a window to see if you want to replace all of the samples. So it's a great trick. All right. You see the Buttman is on, so it's good to see on the Zoom social. All right, so we see Chris Higginson says, hi Greg, great to see the addition of the modal scales and the chord pad presets in the latest update. A pad in the back is reserved to the developers. That's Chris London. Yeah, so I think I had created those kind of as people asked for them on the live stream, learning just like a major key. And I'm like, oh, okay, we might as well, like while doing that, it doesn't take that much longer to go through all the modes. So I think they're actually the presets that I had sent in and they're available on the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. So it's great that Steinberg was able to utilize those. I get my little part, a couple presets inside of Cubase. All right, so we see follow-up question from Mark Rabin. It says, okay, follow-up question, Greg, what do you use now? Let me know like what I use for what do I use for what now? So but yeah, I mean, I love Cubase 15.02 and really like the the new group folders. The folder tracks, there are 2 groups. I thought were great. All right, so we have from Soul Sound Official, what is the best way to do arpeggios with the Hallion in the key of the song and randomize the arp notes? Okay, so let's come over here. Let's just add Hallion. Okay, so let's just come up with all right, so when we come over, let's see if we go to the arpeggiator section, let's see. So we could do our tempo scale. Let me just see within Hallion if there's a way just to make sure that it's always you see if there's a particular scale mode. So let's say alright, so the key is just going to be as played. So I know that once it's inside of Cubase, let's say if I just come here and let's say I want it to be an F major. And let's say I'll hit a note outside of F major here. So now that I've recorded that, I should be able to just drag. Let me just come over here. And drag that over. And then when we come over here into like the scale correction, in the editor, so let's say if we're here, let's go to the scale assistant. We can now quantize to the particular, so let's say we want this in F major, and then we could just say quantize pitches, and now all the pitches will be in F major. So I don't think that there's an automatic, let's play this in, B flat major, B flat, minor for the arpeggio section, but you can record it and just drag it in as well. But I'll play around with it more and see if there's a way to get kind of scale correction for the arpeggiator, but I don't know of a way off the top of my head. All right, so we have from Sound Expert Official asks, can I ask about automation? How can I simplify this? To be more precise, you have an automated reverb, but you want to change or come back to 0. How can you save what you have done or parts? All right, so let's say we just let's just put some maybe snares on. All right, so let's say I have just this snare reverb here. Slow the tempo down here so it's not so annoying. All right, so let me just add reverb to this particular track. All right, so now listen to it. All right, so let's say if we go to kind of like our automation panel here, and I'm going to go to the fill mode, and I have this, I'm going to set up like my left and right locator. So what I want to do is do a fill mode to the loop for this particular track. And when I do this, let's say I move my automation. All right, it's now, let me automate the parameter actually, that would help. All right, so now it's written an automation node at the beginning and at the end. So if I now want to just bring up the level of the automation here for one snare and let go, that way it has a return point for the automation. But, you know, just like a real console, it needs somewhere to start from. It needs to know where you're starting and where you're ending for it to return to. So if you set the left and right locators and just click on loop, then, you know, you just, as soon as you let go of the value that you like, it'll rate that value as the beginning and end node. And then you can just do little touch up automations like that. So let me know if that's helpful for you, what you're wanting to do. All right, Mark Raven says, and where can we hear your orchestra? So some of the pieces that we do are contemporary and are still kind of copyright, you know, subject to copyright. But if you go to, you could check out Washington Metropolitan Philharmonic Orchestra. So I think it's WMPTA maybe.org. So check, Google Washington Metropolitan Philharmonic, and you could, there may be some sound examples on there. All right, Amado Solo says, thank you. One of the most challenging and fun projects I took on was creating a DJ style mix of 80s metal music. I use Spectral Layers and maintain the original tempo of every song. That's great. So, yeah, if you get a chance, email me a link if I could list it. I'd love to hear that. It'd be a lot of fun. All right, Mark Raven says, we're all having the best stream. It's been super positive and especially informative. Glad you're here. Thanks for the kind words. It's always great with such a great community. All right, so Social Circle says, what's the best way to extract MIDI notes from an audio sample? I tried using a sampler track and then a chord track, but the final result is just a major chord. Thanks, Greg. So, you know, Cubase isn't really designed to do, you know, to do extraction of MIDI from like a multi-voice. We could do kind of just a single voice within VariAudio. So we'll play just a little example here, but it's not going to do chords like from a piano or from a song. We could do the chords, but you know, so if I want to take like, let's say this bass line or a vocal or a sax part, I can just come over here. Let's go into VariAudio and we'll say do its analysis. And now when we want to come over here, we go to the function and we say extract MIDI, and we could add it to a new track. And now when we come over here, we could see our MIDI. And take out the solo editor. But, you know, it's not really designed to take a piano part or a guitar part. Most things that are doing it don't do it well. And they're always very subjective. So it's really hard. It's going to be getting better. It's not there yet. All right. So you see from Sound Expert Official, it says, yes, indeed, but with multiple channels. Can I apply this at the same time? I'm not sure if that's for the sample replacement. Let me just see. If we come over here, like if I wanted to take this to different tracks, let me activate this. So I think as long as they're all selected, we'll come over here. And if they're on different tracks, I will. We can see that they're all, as long as it's the same file on different tracks, we could replace the sounds just like that. All right, we have Lawrence from Barn Door Recording, checking it from Rhode Island. Thanks for joining us. All right, I know we had some questions that were mailed in, so let's get to those before we run out of time. All right, so how can I use modulators to have more reverb during the empty spaces of a passage? All right. This is an interesting question. So let's say if we want our reverb to, let's take a listen here. So let's say we have reverb going on here. Okay, so if we mute the reverb, just for reference sake. All right, so now all right, so what I can do is I'm going to set up just kind of the modulator here, and I created an envelope follower. I took the audio, the file here, and I duplicated the track, and I activated the sidechain input. And now what I could do is for this particular track, you know, we could choose. So say we have like too much reverb when it's playing. So I want to take this and this output routing, we're going to send it into this particular envelope follower. So we see our send level. As soon as it gets to a quiet part, the reverb kind of kicks in to fill in the space. But when the instrument is playing, and we could also kind of almost do the opposite. So I could switch this control here to modulator. So now as soon as, so we can see that this modulator is controlling this, and it's being driven by the duplicate of the track. So this track isn't being routed to the stereo out, it's being routed to the sidechain input of this particular source. So now we don't hear a lot of reverb when the instrument is playing, but the reverb will kind of sneak in when there's kind of quiet area. And we could adjust how quick. The release and how much gain you need going in and what threshold. So if you want to add more reverb in the space, take the track, duplicate it, add an envelope follower for the modulator, activate the sidechain input, send the duplicate track not to the stereo output but to the sidechain input, and then you could just kind of tweak the parameters, and that way if you want that kind of space to be there when there's nothing really happening, you could do it quite easily using that. All right, so we had another question. Can you please explain dynamic EQ, particularly with focus on vocals? Okay, so a lot of times when we're working with vocals, a lot of times dynamic EQs may have like particular frequencies that could be like, you know, carving out kind of, you know, dynamic EQ areas. So sometimes you put a dynamic EQ on something so that it's not clashing with the vocal. So let's come over here. Let's say we want to do this. Maybe we have a guitar that's maybe clashing with a vocal in this song. So I could come over and say, okay, let's.
Do you recall the day we first met? That was a long, long time.
So I want to come over. Let's say I want my guitar here. And let's put we'll get to the inserts, and let's put a frequency on. All right. And what we want to do is, I'll just kind of take my guitar apart. I'm
It
gonna.
was 7th grade in the school parking lot, waiting on our yellow coach to ferry us home.
So let's say we want to find kind of the frequency. So now what I want to do is just come over here, and I'm going to do my side chain to the guitar, and let's say our lead vocal. And we're going to come over here. Let's adjust our dynamic EQ. So now the guitar is actually being kind of processed, and we can see this. So we'll come back to.
You told your daddy and he called my mom, said you were too damn good for any.
So now we could have the guitar cut through a little better by compressing those particular frequencies when the guitar is coming in.
That was a long, long time ago. Now our 2 grown daughters are married with kids.
So if we were to boost.
of their own. And I know your dad's
So we can
pretty
kind of
happy
apply that EQ and just have the guitar part duck down to get out of the way of the vocal. So really helpful. All right. Next question, Greg. I took a track 13 VST Synthspire with Cubase Apache SX MIDI insert. The bass is going to stereo out. I rendered track to audio track 13. Question with the render in place. Is it a pure transfer of the sound bypassing the stereo out, or is it picking up additional stuff from the stereo output, such as its EQ and compression? So when we go to do a render in place, you could have it do it either way. So you'll see this under the render settings. So if we choose dry, that's not going to apply any of the processing into the particular file. And if we had EQ and processing on the particular channel, that would be copied over and placed onto the new particular channel. We could also choose to copy over the channel settings. This would include the inserts, EQs, and channel strip. The complete signal path adds the send effects that are on the particular track. And if you want it to have the processing that's on your stereo bus, you would just choose complete signal path here. And that would give you all of the channel settings. It would give you the complete signal path, so the group processing and send effects and the master effects processing. So you could choose, and when you go to the render settings, you have your choice of what processing you want for it to be included. So it could be pure, or it could be the total processing. All right, so a question, Greg. I recently set my Triton through the MIDI remote mapping to be able to tap tempo when starting a song project. The problem I encountered is when I'm playing a MIDI part for a synth, the key that I use for tap tempo is triggering and changing the tempo of the song. How can I correct this so that tap tempo is not triggered when this key is pressed? Also, is it possible to allow any and all keys in the Triton to be able to tap tempo? For two different things I know, but this is my workflow and Pro Tools for switching to Cubase in late 2014. Last note, absolutely love working in Cubase. All right, so if you set up the MIDI remote, when you set up the MIDI remote here, realize that, the MIDI is going to be the particular message or the language we could think of that's going to take, when I hit this button on my MIDI remote, it's going to do this particular function. So I wouldn't set up a MIDI key to do that particular function. And if you wanted to change it, set up your MIDI remote here, and you could go into like your mapping assistant and just simply hit that key, and all you'd have to do is just kind of come over here and click on the remove selected mappings, and that will stop the tap tempo. So what I would do, is if you wanted to, record the MIDI data and, just record a track on the downbeats or quarter notes, record it as a MIDI track from your controller as a normal MIDI data, and then go to functions, and then you'll see, calculate tempo from, I'll just select this here, so you see MIDI functions, and you'll see calculate tempo from MIDI events, and you could choose whether you tapped at the downbeat or if you tapped every quarter note, and you could do it like that, or just use the space bar. So, while you're working here, you could just click on the tap tempo button here, and then just use the space bar. And kind of, as soon as you have tap tempo, you could now just have this set for automatic and just do tap tempo right there. So I probably wouldn't use keys on my keyboard, if I was planning on using that keyboard as a controller, because those keys are not now playing instruments. Those keys are being kind of routed directly to do MIDI control stuff. So, if you want to do it with a keyboard shortcut or record the MIDI, that would probably be a better way to approach it. All right, so we have a question. I'm setting up a template using Vienna VE Pro localhost, and while I know you don't use the parameters, should still be the same. I'm trying to load multiple MIDI tracks using a single output routing for selected tracks from the main view. While I can set that up, when adding MIDI tracks, I can't seem to find a way enough to change the output routing return channel with this simple command. In the past, I believe it was Option plus Shift, but that doesn't seem to be working. Did that feature get omitted? So let me add a number of MIDI tracks, and I basically think we're trying to get the MIDI output to be the same. So I'm going to come over here. Let's add MIDI tracks. So say we added 5 MIDI tracks. So I'm going to hold down, and we'll come over here to say from all MIDI inputs to my panorama. I'm going to hold down Option or Alt plus the Shift key, and then click. So now when we look at this, we'll see my panorama P4 as my MIDI input. Let's come over here and select all of the same output. So when I want to come over here, let's route these all to my Steinberg UR24C. And now the routing has been applied to all of the tracks. So the Option or Alt plus Shift seems to be working on my end. So let me know if I'm doing anything differently. All right, so we see a question. I use Spectral Layers and discovered that it was Spectral Layers 1. I have a license for Pro 9 and 11, which I've used in the past, but they seem to have disappeared from my computer. Windows 10, I verified the license and downloaded 11. I was unable to use it without first activating it with the Activation Manager, but could not open the Activation Manager. I reinstalled it multiple times, tried modifying it, tried repairing it, and in about 4 hours suggested fixes by ChatGPT. Nothing seemed to work. My exhausted brain gave up. Can you help? So check. You could always go to like your My Steinberg first, verify. So when you're over here, we could just go to your My Steinberg. So go to the Steinberg site, and let's just verify first what licenses you have. So once you're at the Steinberg site, you could just log into your My Steinberg with your My Steinberg account. And then you could just see like what products you actually have on your particular account. So make sure, see what you have here. And then when you go to Activation Manager, make sure that you are, logged in correctly. So make sure that right here that you're logged in, and you could try logging out, signing out, and logging back in with your My Steinberg credentials, and you could see what's activated there. Sorry that you spent so much time on ChatGPT. It could sometimes be very confident in giving you incorrect answers. All right. All right, so we see a question. Hi, Greg. How do I edit track control settings for multi-out instrument lanes? I want to remove many of the icons, but I don't find out how to. So I don't think I've found a way of doing it. So let's say if we add an instrument like Hallian here, and then we activate our multiple outputs. And then we open up our outputs here. So, and you think that you would go to like the track control settings, but when you go to the track control settings, we see like the instrument, but this doesn't carry over. Let's just see if I, come over, so we have the instrument track selected, but we come here, we don't see the selection for kind of like the mixer. So I'm not sure if those can be, I haven't found a way to turn off those parameters. I will kind of ask, I'll send a query in to see if I could find something out, but I don't think that there's a way to do it. All right, next question. Hi, Greg. When opening up the included templates with Cubase Pro 15, I'm greeted with a relatively big notepad message that gives some insight about the project, such as where the content packs need to be installed and other technical details. I also noticed this notepad message was not saved in the notepad locations that are found in the individual tracks. How can I add this welcome notepad message to my projects? So when you do this, go to your project, to menu, to notepad, and now you can just simply have your notes typed in here. Those are all my passwords, just kidding. So now when you do this, and then when you save the template, just save it with the notepad open. So again, go to your project menu. So you have notepads that are for individual tracks, and then notepads, a global level project notepad as well. All right, next question. In the olden days, coloring a track is very easy now. Even when looking it on the manual, it remains elusive. Can you show me how to colorize a single track? The track in question does not have any events, just a track. All right, so there's a couple of ways. One is just to hold down the Alt or Option key, and if you click here, you could just change the color. So let's say Alt or Option, click in the below, on the track number, and then you could come over here and change the track number. Also, you'll see the header in the inspector. Hold down the Alt or Option key, and you could change the track color from there. Another method would be just to come over here. You have a color tool, so you could use the color tool to color the track as well. So a couple ways to do that. So try holding down Alt or Option and clicking there, and then all the colors will pop up for you. All right, let's jump over to, let's see, we have a couple more questions. We're almost out of time. Thanks for all the great questions. And of course, you could always send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so I just see from Amada Solo, says, which email address should I send the 80s DJ Metal Mix? You can send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay. All right, Sound Expert Official says, thank you. And one question and preference, Mac or Windows for Cubase, your preference? I run Cubase, like all my live streams on Mac. My personal Cubase is on Windows. That might tell you something. But I think both of them, to me, it's like they're very, they've evolved closer to each other. I think Cubase runs great on either. The Apple Silicon processors, or like the M series processors, will allow you to do a lot, but you have RAM could be very expensive. So if you have a ton of money, and and if you're doing a lot of orchestral stuff, you may want to invest the extra money in RAM. That could be expensive. I know some people like having the ability to replace components for a professional environment. Whereas, if your power supply dies, that you could buy a new power supply at a store, have it shipped overnight from Amazon, as opposed to buying a whole new computer. So it's really a personal preference. I think that both Mac and Windows, that both platforms are amazing and so much better than what they were, and sometimes they still frustratingly suck in really simple things. But it's really a personal preference. All right, Gerald Ely, his question is, can you delete a particular tempo change from the list in the inspector window on the tempo tracks? I don't think it could be from the list, but we'll take a look. Let me add a quick tempo track here. It might just be from the project window. So let's come over. All right, maybe I have a tempo track already. All right, so let's say if I come here, So let's say if I come right at measure. So I don't think I could delete it there, but I could just come over here and delete the node directly from the project window. All right, see, I just got the Rock and Metal Mix email. Thank you for sending that. All right, so we see Christian Zawaleski. When will the update of folder tracks, etc., like in when will be update of folder tracks, etc., like in Nuendo 15? Yep, so it's already in Cubase 15.02, which was released last week. So now we could come over here, I could take all these tracks and we move selected tracks to new folder with group channel. So now we could come over here and it's the folder and the group channel merged together. So download 15.02 and you'll get a free gift with that. So. All right, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, Soul Sound Official says, is there a way to have more than 8 sends to keep the sidechain and sends separated? So currently there's 8 sends, but what you can do that a lot of people don't know is, so let's say I want to add a plugin. So let's say I add an effect track and let's put like a delay that has a sidechain on it. So let's say I activate the sidechain. When I go to the track, one of the things that you could do is if we come over, let's say, to our main mixer, we also have something called direct outputs. So if we open up our direct outputs, we could just simply send to sidechains from direct outputs. And you could have 8 outputs, 8 direct outputs, and utilize those for sidechains. And one of the things when you do that for direct outputs, come over to like the settings for the mixer and make sure that that when you do that, that you have the direct routing summing on. So when you come here to the settings, make sure direct routing summing mode is on, and then you could use your direct routing for sidechains. All right, so with that, we're just at time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. I hope everyone's learned a new tip or trick, and if you have, make sure that you subscribe to the channel and that you, hit the like button, leave a great comment. We'll be back on Friday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Friday. Thank you very much. Goodbye.